Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, buongiorno, good morning, and welcome to the second day of the Ukraine Recovery Conference. A warm welcome also to those who are following us online. We are all now opening the session of national and institutional statements, and I'm delighted to give the floor to the Deputy State Secretary of the Government of Ukraine, Anatoly Kutsevol, and the Ambassador Simon Pidou, Special Envoy of Switzerland to the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2022.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Vice Ministers, Heads of international organizations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My greetings also to the audience that is watching us online. My name is Simon Pidou, and with my colleague Anatoly Kutsevol, we will be serving as moderators for today's national and institutional session. Before we get started, I want to make a few remarks. We will have 50 interventions from states and international organizations. You are kindly requested to deliver a statement no longer than 2 minutes, and a timer and our guidance will help you in this regard. We will hear first representatives of the two co-organizers, Switzerland and Ukraine, followed by all partners, states and organizations. And it will be according to their rank and alphabetical order. Now, may I invite the President of the Swiss Confederation, Mr. Ignazio Cassis, to deliver his statement. Signor President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellencies, dear colleagues. We have come together to kick off Ukraine's recovery. Ukraine has to lead. But we, the states and international organizations gathered here in Lugano, will support Ukraine on its path. Switzerland has been a partner to Ukraine for many years. We have been supporting reforms and sustainable development. We are providing humanitarian assistance following our humanitarian tradition. In the face of war and with a view to recovery, we must increase our support. Switzerland will double its funding towards bilateral cooperation with Ukraine to over 100 million Swiss francs until the end of 2023. In addition, we are providing funding through Ukraine's multilateral partners, the UN, the OSCE, the ICRC, the World Bank, the EBRD, and others. Following the call of Ukraine's Prime Minister, we will earmark at least 15 million Swiss francs for digital transformation. Switzerland highly values private initiative. Swiss companies have made major investments in Ukraine, and civil society has provided support over decades. But support takes many forms. The Lugano Conference will deliver principles for recovery. These principles will help Ukraine implement its recovery and development plan. They will also help mobilize support from international partners. Switzerland will continue to promote international law and effective multilateralism as antidotes against the use of force. Switzerland also provides good offices. The Lugano Conference is one such example. We are willing to follow up on that, and we stand ready to support talks to end the war when the time comes. Thank you all for supporting Ukraine and its people.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delighted as a co-host, moderator of this event, to invite to take floor Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. Пане прем'єр-міністр, слово вам.
Dear friends, dear Mr. President, I'm addressing to you as the head of the government of a country facing the war for more than 130 days now. The war against our people, against our democratic choice, and against our European path. Russia is committing war crimes that have all the hallmarks of genocide. This is genocide against our people. We see every day how Russian troops destroy our infrastructure, companies, and economy. They destroy hospitals and schools, Entire cities and towns are being wiped off the face of the earth. But we're fighting, and we're fighting not alone. We're sincerely grateful to all our partners for the military aid, for the financial support, and for believing in our victory every day. Ukraine's EU candidate status is a clear testimony to that. We understand the kind of journey awaits us, and we are ready to do it. This is a journey that will make all of us much stronger. After all, Ukraine as a member of the EU is a long-term investment in stable, safe and prosperous Europe. We want to build a new Ukraine with the new transparent rules, a digital country convenient for people and business, safe and economically vibrant. And that's the kind of country we want to build together with you. Yesterday, together with our government team, representatives of the President's office and members of the Ukrainian parliament, we have presented a draft large-scale recovery plan, which should become a modern analog of the Marshall Plan. Over 6 weeks, more than 3,000 Ukrainian international experts, officials, and parliamentarians have produced 24 volumes of proposals on Ukraine's recovery and reform. On these pages, our vision is explicated about how we can become successful and become a member of the EU and make the Ukrainian economic miracle come true. We propose the structure of the Ukrainian recovery platform, united in defending and united in recovery. We started a great discussion about the recovery plan for Ukraine. And now I call on all our friends to join this recovery agenda and keep developing our nation together. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this outstanding conference.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to call the Czech Republic, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. One encouraging Czech proverb says, "You know a friend when in a need." As we can see gathered in Lugano today, the people and political representation of Ukraine have many friends. Czechia is one of close companions for Ukraine as well. What does one friendship mean? It currently means generous reception and efficient support of refugees from Ukraine in our country. It means the important supply of defense arms. It also means continuing humanitarian assistance to conflict-affected population and institutions in Ukraine. As a true friend, we try to reflect the evolving and differentiated needs of Ukraine and respond to them, in cooperation with like-minded countries and international partners. In the stabilization effort, we are in particular focusing on shelter for internally displaced people and returnees, provided in a handy and innovative design, easy to set up and move whenever necessary. Further, we intend to contribute to demining of agricultural land and of areas with critical civil infrastructure, combined with training and equipment for local capacities. In the longer term, we would in particular like to contribute to the recovery and building back better of infrastructure, water infrastructure included, and of health sector. Here we can enhance the already existing partnership of public, private, and non-governmental partners and contribute to the civil resilience of Ukrainians. The Czech government has decided to prepare a special reconstruction plan for Ukraine coherent with EU plan, which will be developed in a dialogue with Ukrainian representation and will be based on a long-lasting Czech-Ukrainian partnership. As the current EU presidency, we want to contribute to an agreement among member states and EU institutions about the structure and governance of the partnership platform for Ukraine reconstruction, and even more importantly, about its financing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor to Lithuania, please.
Dear colleagues, when Lithuania hosted the Ukraine Reform Conference last year, no one imagined that today we'd be meeting amid Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine and the democratic world. I commend our hosts, Switzerland and Ukraine, for transforming this format into a kickstarter for our joint effort on recovery of Ukraine. And I bow my head to the Ukrainian authorities, public and private sectors, and the incredible civil society for your stamina, unity, and resolve, not to postpone their reforms until after victory, but to accelerate them, to deliver results and rebuild better. Ukraine has presented its plan. Now it's our turn, dear friends and partners of Ukraine, to demonstrate that we can and will swiftly shift from discussing to implementing it together. Because the rebuilding of Ukraine has already started on every inch of land it reclaimed from the enemy. First, we must generate the financing. We shall find more funds from our own budgets or borrow collectively. But the most adequate and just way is to seize and use Russia's assets frozen under our sanctions. We can't resurrect the people Russia killed, but we have a real chance to make the aggressors pay. Because for once, these assets are kept in our banks and moored on our shores. I call on the EU and on the non-EU states that impose sanctions to establish a legal mechanism for seizing those assets and make the sanctions really work. Second, we must put together a detailed action plan on how each of our countries and organizations will contribute to rebuilding a reformed Ukraine. Finally, we must continue and speed up our military, humanitarian, and financial aid for Ukraine to win this war faster. The volume of our country bilateral assistance to Ukraine has already exceeded €500 million. Lithuania will transfer additional 10 million to the National Bank of Ukraine for emergency rebuilding needs. And we will continue support Ukraine until your victory and ours. Slava Ukraini. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lithuania. And now I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Albania.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, I'd like to reiterate Albania's full support to Ukrainian people facing the unjust invasion of Russian forces. In this difficult moment, we're working closely with the NATO allies and the EU partners and in the UN Security Council to maintain the support for Ukraine in winning the war. As a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, Albania is helping to streamline the global response to Russia's aggression. Moreover, Albania joined without any hesitation the restrictive measures and sanctions taken by the alliance and the EU against Russia. In addition, as stated by our Prime Minister, we're hosting and are ready to further welcome refugees in Albania fleeing from the Russian slaughter in Ukraine. We joined the call of our friends and partners and granted €1 million to Ukraine as a first aid, which might sound modest considering the needs, but is a significant sign of the solidarity that we share as a nation. Moreover, Albania has been one of the first countries to have delivered practical military assistance. We're committed to further working with our allies and Ukraine to provide additional assistance within our means and resources. We welcome the expansion of NATO with the 2 new members and EU awarding candidate status to Ukraine as signs of strength and unity among the members. With the same spirit of unity, we praise this conference that looks beyond the immediate needs of ending the war to the major challenges of rebuilding the country and people's life. When it comes to reconstruction, we can bring our humble experience after the earthquake of 2019 earthquake that hit our country. The recovery process is an opportunity to build back better, greener, and inclusively. We also learned from pandemic experience additional efforts have gone to public health and digital infrastructure. We wish our Ukrainian friends an ever better recovery process and stand ready to assist them together with our partners as much as we can financially and technically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now the floor is to Poland.
Dear partners, we salute, first of all, the defenders of Ukraine, defenders of freedom and democracy, our common values. Lifting the country from the rubble requires cooperation among partners from all over the world. In order to address this challenge, we will have to act in the spirit of unity and solidarity. The reconstruction of Ukraine should become a well-anchored topic of international discussion in all international organizations. In this context, we salute recent statements by G7 and the European Union engagement in this respect. We need to bear in mind that the process of reconstruction should not be limited to a mere restoration of the pre-war status quo, as it presents a major opportunity to rebuild better. We should aim at laying the foundation for the country's long-term development. It is crucial that the process of reconstruction is being co-owned by the Ukrainian government. We strongly believe that the historic fact of granting Ukraine the EU candidate state status by the European Council, and the perspective of Ukraine's accession to the bloc will contribute to the positive outcomes of these efforts. Poland is ready to play an active role in the post-war reconstruction of the country, both by bilateral engagement with the Ukrainian side at the governmental, regional, and local, as well as non-governmental levels. Our approach to the reconstruction of Ukraine is guided by the principle of close dialogue with Ukrainian authorities in order to direct our assistance to the areas and domains where the needs are most acute and urgency, meaning that we should not delay our assistance till the moment when we have any kind of political settlement on the ground. Ukraine needs significant financial and reconstruction assistance here and now, and we should be ready to offer it straight away. Poland was one of the first European countries to offer Ukraine a USD-UAH currency swap line in the amount of $1 billion. We have come up with concrete proposal to the European Commission on how to shape the EU approach to reconstruction of Ukraine already in March.
Would you please come to your conclusion, please?
In May, a donors conference was organized in Warsaw with Poland and Sweden as co-hosts, with active participation of stakeholders from governmental, business, think tank and NGO spheres. A total pledges amount to over 6 billion USD. And the recent Polish-Ukrainian intergovernmental consultation headed by Prime Minister Shmyhal and Prime Minister Morawiecki held on June the 1st in Kiev, reconstruction was one of the main topics of discussion. We want to engage with Ukraine both within its United 24 Recover program as well as through new partnership of cities aimed at reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland. And now I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Austria.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what seemed unbelievable came true. 4 months of war in Ukraine. Austria stands in solidarity with Ukraine. We help where we can. Austria supports Ukraine and particularly affected states with a total of more than euro 80 million. Austria also supported the provision of non-lethal military equipment by the EU under the European Peace Facility, and we enabled the EU to deliver lethal equipment to Ukraine by using constructive abstention. Currently, a total of over 78,000 refugees are registered in Austria. Regarding food security, state-owned Austrian Federal Railways has swiftly expanded agricultural transports from Ukraine since the beginning of the war. So far, over 130,000 tons of grain have been transported to Central Europe. There is also a great solidarity from the Austrian population. A recent fundraising campaign collected nearly 42 million in private donation. Support for Ukraine is unquestionable. Austria will contribute to recovery, reconstruction and development of Ukraine. In this regard, we see also merit in deepening existing and creating new partnership between regions. It is important to involve the collective potential of private enterprises, institutions and civil society initiatives. We support the establishment of an effective coordination mechanism between Ukraine and its partners for the preparation and implementation of Ukraine's recovery and development plan. Candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova is a big step in the right direction because we have to prevent a spillover to other countries. But we also need a clear perspective for the Western Balkan countries. Austria brought ideas forward to foster dynamics of the accession process and allowed a gradual integration in certain areas. Ukraine has already made progress in reforms of public administration, anti-corruption and macroeconomic stabilization. It is essential that these reforms continue. Ladies and gentlemen, only united we can overcome the crisis of these times.
Thank you very much, Austria. And now I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Croatia.
Thank you. President Cassis, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Russia's wars of aggression demonstrated a total disregard for everything the community of states stands for and has achieved in decades of peace, cooperation and ultimately progress. There can be no neutral attitude towards the brutal violation of international law, especially international humanitarian law. With our European and transatlantic partners, we are advocating for a focused multilateral response to issues with global impact like the war in Ukraine. Croatia has so far provided emergency, humanitarian and technical relief and assistance to Ukraine. We are also hosting more than 20,000 refugees, for whom we have provided access to education and the labour market as well as social welfare services. In addition, we have organized a rich summer program with education and various recreational activities on the Croatian coast for over 1,500 Ukrainian school children. As a country that has suffered aggression in recent history, Croatia has a unique experience in post-conflict transition and peaceful reintegration. We stand ready to provide support for post-war recovery and the reconstruction of an independent, sovereign and democratic Ukraine, a priority country in Croatia's development cooperation. Protection of cultural heritage is another area where we started to assist Ukraine. We are already working closely with Ukraine on issues such as mine action, war veterans care, the settlement of protection of internally displaced persons, reconciliation and confidence building. Relevant Ukrainian authorities have already informed us that Croatia's model of humanitarian demining would be highly applicable and most welcomed in Ukraine's case. We are ready for a strong involvement in mine action in accordance with the request of Ukraine and invite more donors to work with us on this crucial issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Croatia. And now I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Well, thank you, Excellencies. I was early in May in Borodyanka, a suburb of Kiev that was left in ruins by Russian forces, and talked to Ukrainians who have lost everything, their homes, their everyday lives. Today, I say to them, we stand by you. Together with other partners, Denmark will take a strong role in the reconstruction of Ukraine, to be there to support your vision for the future Ukraine, a Ukraine that is strongly anchored in the European family. Denmark is already a strong partner for Ukraine before the Russian aggression. It was obvious for us to increase and strengthen that support after the war broke out. So far, Denmark has supported Ukraine and neighboring countries with almost 128 million euro for humanitarian, acute and financial assistance. And if you add our military assistance, we are more than 400 million euro of aid. And we will be there for Ukraine going forward, in particular for the city of Mykolaiv, with the special role we have accepted to support the reconstruction and reform efforts of Ukraine, and utilize the special capabilities and strongholds we may have in Denmark on green transition, on good governance, on the maritime sector, infrastructure, urban planning, youth and culture, and also focusing on providing long-term green solutions and supporting reforms. There are also urgent needs regarding water supply, heating and housing in Mykolaiv and other parts of Ukraine. And today, I'm pleased to announce that Denmark will provide a financial package of approximately 13.5 million euro to support emergency measures being put in place in this respect in time for winter. And I'm certain that Ukraine will win the war and that Ukraine will emerge stronger and better thanks to our joint effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Denmark. And now the floor to the representative of Germany.
President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, esteemed colleagues, every day that Russia continues its horrible war against Ukraine is a day too long, and we are united in our solidarity with Ukraine and with the affected partners in the region and across the world. The reconstruction of a free and democratic Ukraine is our common goal. Reconstruction, recovery, reforms, these are the elements what we see as a strategic task for the coming years. And that is why Germany will host an international expert conference on reconstruction and recovery, and is ready to host the Ukraine Reform Conference in 2024. And I express my great appreciation to the Ukraine government for its reconstruction plan. I also welcome the Lugano principles which have provided guidance for the efforts ahead. And in my view, 4 aspects are crucial for forward-looking reconstruction. First, reconstruction must be socially just, climate neutral, and holistic. It must include strengthening local governance to meet the needs of all citizens. Women must play a crucial role in shaping Ukraine's future. Second, we need the right tools and a strong coordination mechanism with strong ownership by the Ukrainian government. A platform for the reconstruction of Ukraine should bring together the Ukrainian government and all bilateral European and international partners, as well as relevant parties and experts. And third, Ukraine is part of the European family, and the free world. Support should go hand in hand with democratic and economic reforms and be in line with Ukraine's EU accession process. And finally, financial resources are urgently needed for this recovery to be successful. For the German government, I repeat the Elmau pledge, 426 million euros in grants for direct support to Ukraine. This conference is a good opportunity to strengthen our unity and once again express our full solidarity with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Greece.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I wish to express my gratitude to the government of Switzerland for co-hosting this important event in partnership with the Ukrainian government. This is another proof for our long-standing commitment for the stability and prosperity of Ukraine. The reconstruction of Ukraine will require comprehensive support to rebuild the country and create the foundations of a free, democratic, and prosperous country. It is without saying that ownership of this reconstruction plan should rest with Ukraine. In this case, a major global financial effort is required to rebuild the country and provide new opportunities to its citizens. The financial needs for reconstruction are expected to be substantial. Any estimates of financial resources required are still tentative. However, it is important that the reconstruction effort should be led by the Ukrainian authorities in close partnership with the European Union, key partners such as G7 and G20, the UN, important donor countries, and the European international financial institutions and international organizations. Of utmost importance in this effort will be the progress in the broad reform agenda. Reconstruction offers a unique opportunity to radically upgrade Ukraine's productive capacity, to bring it close to the technological frontier and lay foundations for long-term growth. The cornerstone of Ukraine's success in the longer term lies in the commitment and coordination of investments. The long-term success of reforms depends on the broad engagement of the international community. A wide partnership committed to our common vision is a prerequisite for peace and stability for Ukraine. Prime Minister of Greece has pledged to finance, if conditions allow, the rebuilding of the maternity hospital of Mariupol. The city of Mariupol, where thousands of Greeks live, has been razed to the ground by the Russian artillery.
Thank you very much, Greece. I would like to hand over to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, impressive preparation work has been done by Swiss and Ukrainian presidents to get together so many participants with one clear aim, how to set the best coordination mechanism of reconstruction of Ukraine. Russia's war against Ukraine has caused serious long-term geopolitical, economic, and humanitarian consequences far beyond Europe. The world has to see clearly Ukraine is a victim desperately defending its people and land. Ukraine's definite victory and Russia's definite defeat is what is needed to ensure lasting peace and security in Europe. The sooner we reach it, the sooner the economic recovery and growth can start. It is in our all best interest to help that happen. It is crucial that the process of reconstruction is based on Ukraine's needs and is well coordinated among all involved parties. Latvia is ready to take part in the reconstruction, and our civil society and private sector remain committed to support Ukraine. Priorities for the reconstruction plan of Ukraine has to be set by Ukrainian government in accordance with EU long-term priorities. EU decision to grant the candidate country status clearly enters Ukraine on the EU map. The candidate status adds more certainty for Ukraine's reconstruction and predictability for economic recovery and growth in the region. The support of Ukraine has to be bound with reforms. Latvia already provides our experience of reform process in accession to the EU. Ukraine's goal is to become a modern European state after the war is over. We are interested to turn the dream into the reality. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Latvia. Now I would like to hand over the floor to Liechtenstein.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Switzerland and the Ukraine for convening this very crucial conference here in Lugano. The time is right to plan the recovery of the country so that reconstruction can be started as quickly as possible. Led by Ukraine, it is crucial to have a master plan and to define the principles for the rebuilding of the country. The recovery process must take place in accordance with international law, democratic principles, the rule of law, human rights, and good governance. These are also key factors to trigger private investments. From the very beginning of the invasion of Ukraine, Liechtenstein has clearly condemned this blatant violation of international law. There is ample evidence that serious violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights are committed systematically and at large scale. We also recall the principles of state responsibility for wrongful acts committed by states and their obligation to make full reparation for the damage caused. At the same time, ensuring accountability of all those who are responsible for committing the most serious crimes under international law, including leadership crimes, must be a key priority. Bearing in mind that Ukraine will need massive additional emergency and reconstruction support, the Liechtenstein government plans to increase its regular humanitarian and development budget in 2023. We see the Lugano Declaration as a great success, and we are convinced that it lays a good basis for the recovery process. Liechtenstein fully supports the Lugano Declaration and will actively contribute towards its further development and implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Liechtenstein. Now I hand over the floor to the representative of Luxembourg.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that Luxembourg strongly condemns Russia's unacceptable military aggression on Ukraine, which has been going on for over 4 months now. Today is a timely moment to exchange on the reconstruction of Ukraine, which must start now, even though the war is waging unabated. It is obvious to Luxembourg that we must show to our Ukrainian friends that together we believe in a better future and that we stand with them to build back Ukraine. Next to the Lugano principles, which we will endorse today, Luxembourg also supports a multilateral approach in the field of funding. We must make available the entire array of funding instruments ranging from grants to subsidies to loans, and find innovative ways to mobilize substantial resources. As horrible as it is, this tragedy is also an opportunity to accelerate necessary reforms across the board. Indeed, we must not forget that reconstruction does not only imply bricks, but also soft programming. Improving the quality of education, social and health services must become a priority. Safeguarding Ukrainian citizens' human rights and civil liberties is also key to the country's development as a democratic state. Luxembourg has shown strong support right from the start of the war at all levels, and I will not go into the details here. We will, of course, continue to do so. At the same time, we are also looking into concrete measures that form the basis for rehabilitation. Firstly, support for mine action, which is fundamental considering the quantity of explosives that have been dropped. And secondly, also a project in the field of smart modular or mobile housing for the many internally displaced people. Let me conclude by assuring you that Luxembourg's government will be at your side in the long term for the reconstruction of your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to hand over the floor to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, Excellencies, dear friends. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has created the most serious crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Norway will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. The Norwegian government has just allocated €1 billion to support Ukraine over the next 2 years. This is in addition to the €200 million we have provided for humanitarian assistance since February. Our funding will be used for humanitarian relief, budget support, and reconstruction efforts. We will also continue to provide significant military support. Norway will coordinate closely with Ukraine and international partners. We look forward to seeing the Ukrainian reconstruction plan and determining how to best support it. Our funding is flexible and will be used where the needs are greatest. Norway welcomes Ukraine's new status as an EU candidate country. We will continue to support Ukraine's reforms and Euro-Atlantic integration in accordance with Ukrainian priorities. Russia's aggression poses a threat to stability, security, and prosperity. It has caused massive human suffering and destruction of civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. We are extremely concerned by the mounting evidence of war crimes. Russia's aggression also has global consequences for food security, energy security, and the global economy. It has exacerbated an already difficult situation and caused an additional steep rise in the prices of energy, fertilizer, and food. Many places are on the brink of famine. And we must counter Russia's false narrative that this crisis has been caused by Western sanctions. Norway will continue to support the Ukrainian people's fight for freedom. In doing so, we are also promoting international solidarity, enhancing our own security, and defending the values we share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway, and thank you for your flexibility. I tested it, and now I come back and hand over the floor to Netherlands. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after 5 months of war, the misery inflicted upon the people of Ukraine defies all imagination. Every day, innocent people are driven from their homes and treated in the cruelest way by occupying troops. Homes, schools, and even hospitals have been destroyed by missiles, and villages and suburbs, once lively and peaceful, now lie in ruins in a shell-pocked landscape. This is something we cannot and should not get used to, ever. The aggression and human suffering we are witnessing in Ukraine today can never be accepted. The message from the Netherlands to our Ukrainian friends is clear. You can count on us. The people, government, and businesses of the Netherlands will support you every step of the way. This was also clear during the recent business forum on Ukraine recovery held in Rotterdam on 17 June on private sector engagement at national and subnational level. Firstly, by continuing our efforts to address Ukraine's most urgent financial needs, today I'm announcing that we have made available another €200 million in financial aid, a loan channeled through an account created by the IMF. The money will be spent on the day-to-day costs of the Ukrainian government, like salaries of civil servants, school teachers, and healthcare workers. The new contribution comes on top of our earlier financial support totaling €140 million. Secondly, looking ahead, it's of crucial importance for the Ukrainian people to be able to rebuild their nation. At the moment, reconstruction is not yet possible because many villages and cities are still occupied by Russian forces or being ravaged by constant shelling and Russian air attacks. In this regard, this Lugano conference is a key event. Yesterday, Ukraine presented the outline of its recovery plan, and Ukraine should be in the lead. Thirdly and finally, the Netherlands attaches great importance to ending impunity. As the host country of the ICC, we stand ready to back Ukraine in its efforts to seek justice and accountability for the victims of war crimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. And now to the representative of Portugal. Floor is yours.
Thank you. President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, thank you for bringing us together in this very important conference. Dear colleagues, Portugal's willingness to support the reconstruction of Ukraine is not a sheer act of solidarity and cooperation. It is the recognition of the absurdity of this war, of the cruelty of the attacks being perpetrated to civil targets, regardless of foundational international conventions. His Excellency the Portuguese Prime Minister António Costa visited Ukraine and had the opportunity of witnessing the destruction and the impact of this war on the lives of Ukrainian families. If war is always unfair, this sense of lack of justice is even bigger when we think of children. No child should be forced to wake up with the noise of bombing. No child should be pushed out of her bed to run away. No child should be experiencing the fear of not knowing whether her father will be alive by the end of the day. Schools are the best place to build peace, to ensure civility and guarantee democracy. The destruction of schools are vile acts of power against children, against their dreams. Targeting schools is attacking the core of humanity. The Portuguese government expressed its support to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, concentrating our efforts in the reconstruction of schools. Our intervention will be in schools in the region of Zhytomyr, where many schools have been partially or almost completely destroyed. According to meetings already held with the representatives of the Ukrainian authorities, this is the primary area where Portugal's intervention is required. Please accept our commitment as an expression of solidarity and above all as the means to tell the Ukrainian children that Portugal does not accept their sufferance and losses. We bet on them to guarantee that through education, war will never again be seen as a solution for anything. Count on us.
Thank you very much, Portugal. And now I would like to hand over the floor to a representative of Sweden.
Excellencies, colleagues, against the backdrop of the horrendous Russian war against Ukraine, this meeting is more relevant than ever. The Swedish Prime Minister visited Kiev yesterday, met with President Zelensky, and she lit a candle in one of the churches in Bucha to honor but also mourn the victims, but also to pay tribute to the heroic resistance from the Ukrainians. Sweden's support to Ukraine is steadfast and long-term, and we will stand by Ukraine through the war and beyond. Sweden welcomes Ukraine as an EU candidate country, which confirms our commitment to Ukraine belonging in Europe. Reform will remain key ahead. With the war ongoing, focus on contributions to Ukraine's military and humanitarian support, but planning for reconstruction must also begin, so this conference is an important starting point. Sweden has contributed to Ukraine's reform efforts with around 20 million euros annually, and our support continues through a new 7-year strategy. Since February 24th, Sweden's support to Ukraine has substantially increased. Historic decisions have been taken on donations on weapons and defense material. We have provided substantial macroeconomic support and more than 70 million euro in extra humanitarian aid. We welcome refugees, and we have provided practical support such as medical supplies and assistance, firefighting equipment and sheltering. Our total support to Ukraine since February amounts to some 400 million euros. I'm proud today to announce that Sweden pledges another 6 million euros towards the recovery of Ukraine. Our pledge will be dispersed in consultation with the Ukrainian government and the EU institutions to ensure that funds are directed to the sectors of most priority. Around 1 million euros are earmarked for equipment to nuclear safety. €500,000 are earmarked for mine clearance, which is a prerequisite for reconstruction efforts. We will stand by Ukraine now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Now we move to Belgium.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, I would like to thank our hosts for organizing the Ukraine Recovery Conference. At the outset, I can say with great confidence that we all stand with Ukraine. We fully support you. We admire your courage and your perseverance. While we strongly hope that peace will soon prevail on our continent, and we urgently call on the Russian Federation to put an end to its unacceptable aggression and withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory, it is also of the utmost importance to already support the Ukrainian recovery efforts to enable it to adopt a stable and prosperous path forward. As pledged by my Prime Minister at the Stand Up for Ukraine conference in Warsaw in April, Belgium is committing 800 million euros to provide help to Ukraine as well as shelter for Ukrainian refugees in Belgium. Our country has welcomed more than 46,000 Ukrainian refugees, including 9,000 children that immediately started to go to school. We hope that, away from the horrors of war, they will be able to slowly but safely recover from their trauma. The future of Ukraine lies in all of them. Moreover, Belgium has sent more than 10 million euros of shelter and medical equipment, medicines and hygiene products for internally displaced people in Ukraine, as well as for Ukrainian refugees in neighboring countries. At the multilateral level, we have so far contributed 30 million to various international organizations, and we are also supporting international efforts seeking accountability. With regard to the longer-term recovery, we welcome the Ukraine Recovery and Development Plan as the overarching framework for future recovery efforts. We would also like to underline the important role that the European Union will play in recovery and reconstruction. We wholeheartedly support the European Council's decision to grant Ukraine EU membership status. The road to EU membership is a long process, but it is also an exceptional opportunity to steer and speed up Ukraine's recovery, making full use of pre-accession assistance. The process will help to bring about the necessary reforms that will lay the basis for a stronger and more prosperous Ukraine. Belgium stands ready to assist Ukraine in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And now the floor to Canada. Canada.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here today to demonstrate Canada's unwavering support to Ukraine. Having just spent 7 weeks in Kyiv, I have seen firsthand Ukrainians' perseverance, determination, and commitment in the face of Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion. Canada commends the Ukrainian government and all Ukrainians. Ukraine
defends the values that are shared by ourselves. We can see that the price you're paying is extremely huge, and we stand hand in hand with you.
To once again be part of a unified demonstration of support, and to recognize that Ukraine alone must not bear the costs of recovering from the unconscionable destruction Russia has inflicted across Ukraine. Canada also recognizes that important elements of Ukraine's resilience today are owing to the reforms that were implemented over the last few years. As a long-standing partner of Ukraine's reform efforts, Canada salutes the success of decentralization, of defense and security modernization, and of the institutional reforms in the banking sector. We also see how legislative changes to reboot Ukraine's judiciary are being implemented even as Russia wages its unjustifiable war. Moving forward, we will stand shoulder to shoulder with all our partners in Ukraine, including civil society, women's organizations, the business community, international organizations, and government institutions. And we will continue to champion inclusive approaches to recovery and reforms. Canada welcomes the decision to extend EU candidacy to Ukraine, a historic and deeply meaningful decision. Canada will continue to partner with Ukraine, allies, and the international community to help Ukraine build back better and emerge from this war even stronger. Ми з Україною, і це не зміниться. We stand with Ukraine, and that will not change.
Дякую, Canada. Thank you so much, Canada. So we move to Estonia.
Excellencies, colleagues, this brutal war by Russia needs a united global response. Estonia is one of the largest donors to Ukraine per capita. We have supported Ukraine with everything we can, from baby food to howitzers. At the time when Ukraine has earned the EU candidate status, we need to rebuild an even more resilient Ukraine. Ukraine needs to be reconstructed with a clear ownership of Ukraine and in a close partnership with the EU. Estonia has responded to the official request of Shmyhal region with construction of a kindergarten in the city of Ovruch as our first project to be completed by the end of this year. As the needs of Shmyhal region exceed Estonia's capacity, thus we are actively looking for other interested partners. Estonia commends Ukraine for the great success already achieved in digitizing different services. Ukraine has proved that digital resilience has saved lives of hundreds and helped millions of refugees and internally displaced persons. Estonia continues to support Ukraine in the field of digital transition and cyber resilience. Further, I would like to share a few forward-looking thoughts and initiatives. First of all, an important recovery project implemented by Estonian company GoSwift aims to alleviate all border queues in Ukraine by digital management of border crossing. We see potential of this project to be extended to other Ukrainian border crossing points. Secondly, I would like to highlight the EU Team Europe Partnerships portal, which was developed by Estonia in close collaboration with the European Commission. This new matchmaking tool brings together the needs of partner countries and innovative solution provided by different donors. This platform could be efficiently piloted also into the reconstruction activities of Ukraine to boost efficient partnership. Third, the war in Ukraine has put a premium on doing business with trusted partners according to shared values. This year's Digital Summit in October will explore how the concept of trusted connectivity can make tangible positive impact in ensuring global stability and economic security and in reconstructing Ukraine. And finally, I confirm that Estonia would be ready to host the Ukraine Reform Conference in coming years. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Estonia. Heroam Slava. Now we move to France.
Excellencies, France has stood firmly by Ukraine's side since the outbreak of Russia's war of aggression. Our new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, went to Ukraine as soon as she was appointed to express our support, preparing for the visit on June the 16th of President Macron, together with his German, Italian, and Romanian counterparts. The goal is clear. Russia must be pushed back and Ukraine must win, which can only happen with the return of peace to a free and independent Ukraine. France has therefore made the clear choice to provide Ukraine with considerable military assistance, including heavy weapons, according to Ukraine's expressed needs. We will continue and increase our support as long as necessary, as we reaffirmed during the G7 summit in Elmo. With no end to the war in sight, we understand that this effort will be a long-term one, and we are ready for it. Overall, France has mobilized $2 billion for Ukraine in addition to our military support. In order to express its solidarity and its support as closely as possible to the Ukrainian authorities, France has also chosen to permanently maintain its embassy on Ukrainian soil. France has deployed a team of forensic experts to gather evidence of crimes and conduct DNA and ballistic testing. A mobile DNA laboratory will be delivered to Ukraine this week so that Ukrainians can fully document these crimes. The evidence will contribute to the cases opened by the International Criminal Court and other judicial institutions which France fully supports. Today, we are laying the groundwork that is necessary to make reconstruction a successful process. In this context, I have the pleasure to announce that France will focus its bilateral efforts on the region of Chernihiv, which was particularly hardly hit by Russian bombing during the early weeks of the war. The city of Chernihiv has old established bonds with France and especially with the Île-de-France region around Paris. To conclude, we are proud and pleased that under the French presidency of the Council of the EU, Ukraine was granted candidate status as Ukraine's future is more than ever in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. And now the floor to Holy See.
Excellencies, representatives and delegates present, it is with great emotion and a sense of co-responsibility that I participate on behalf of the Holy See in this conference that looks forward with hope to the much desired and wanted end of the war in Ukraine. Indeed, our hearts are closely intertwined with the horrific and incomprehensible suffering of the Ukrainian people in all of its tragic dimensions. In fact, the Holy See closely monitor and participate in this suffering. Almost every day, Pope Francis reiterates his closeness and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. By means of many initiatives and appeals, the Holy See has consistently shown its concern for those who suffer and helped ensure to those who are in need are able to survive and enjoy again the kind of dignified existence that is due to every human being. In line of this, the Holy See supports with determination this conference and is confident that the tangible steps aimed at assisting victims of this senseless armed aggression must be determined without delay and as soon as possible. Today, what is required is a response, in fact, a concrete, common, joint action to give hope to those who have lost it due to the viciousness of death, the material and cultural destruction of entire life, and the interruption of the dreams of innocent who have desired nothing more than a life of peace and serenity. For this reason, the Holy See believes that such action must have both spiritual and material dimension. Ukrainian people are in desperate need of rebuilding their social fabric, which has been shattered by a violent invasion that has disrupted and ruined individual, family, spiritual, and collective life. In this view, there is no shortage of spiritual rebuilding, beginning with the healing of wounds that sadly do not stop with deepest personal traumas, but have also very human stability. Parallel to spiritual recovery, material reconstruction must also occur. And without the tremendous assistance of the international community, it is evident that the country would struggle to regain its footing in providing its citizens with a dignified life and economic solidarity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And now the floor to Hungary.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let me warmly greet President Cassis and Prime Minister Shmyhal and express the Hungarian government's gratitude for having organized this conference and for having focused the agenda on the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. My government shares the EU's position that an effective reconstruction should be carried out in parallel with the implementation of further reforms, including the protection of the rights of national minorities. The Hungarian position has been clear since the outbreak of this horrible war. Our most important goal is to restore peace in Ukraine, and Hungary supports all common efforts aimed at establishing peace as soon as possible and as circumstances allow. Let me reiterate again that Hungary continues to stand for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And in accordance with our EU partners and NATO allies, we condemn Russia's military aggression. Now, Hungary plays an important role in tackling humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Reacting to extremely worrying humanitarian situation in our neighboring country, we have launched one of the largest humanitarian relief operations in our history. Besides humanitarian aid, we are continuously providing care for refugees arriving in Hungary. Since the 24th of February, more than 800,000 refugees have arrived at the Hungarian border, and we accept everybody, not depending on their ethnicity, nationality, or visa status. They are received and taken care of with dignity and in an orderly way. Hungary also intends to contribute significant resources to the post-war reconstruction. We have offered a package worth 37 million euros. We are ready to receive 130 Ukrainian children. We are ready to give rehabilitation to Ukrainian wounded soldiers with no limit. And as a neighboring country, we also wish that the situation gets better in the humanitarian area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Hungary. The floor to Iceland.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, Iceland continues to stand in full solidarity with Ukraine in the face of Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and unlawful aggression. It is our duty to do all we can to help the people of Ukraine to defend their right to exist as a free and independent state, including by providing robust support to long-term reconstruction efforts. The United 24 Plan for Ukraine's Recovery and Development presented yesterday by Prime Minister Shmyhal is ambitious, comprehensive and forward-looking. Iceland stands ready to provide further support to relieve recovery and reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. And today I'm announcing an additional contribution of 100 million Icelandic krona to the World Bank's multi-donor trust fund for Ukraine. This will bring our total support channeled through the fund to 360 million. I'm also pleased to announce a new partnership with one of Iceland's leading companies, a global leading in non-invasive orthopedics, to provide prosthetics, products and clinical expertise to Ukraine's people in need. These announcements form a part of Iceland's overall support package to Ukraine, amounting to 1 billion ISK, around 9 million euros, which includes financial support to humanitarian partners and much needed logistical support for weapons and ammunition. We have also opened our doors to refugees. Over 1,300 Ukrainians fleeing the war have been warmly welcomed in Iceland. And they share the hope that they will be able to return to their peaceful and to a peaceful and prosperous Ukraine. Looking ahead, let me assure you that Iceland will continue to support in any way we can. Unity is our only weapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Iceland. The floor to Ireland.
Thank you to the Swiss and Ukrainian governments for organising this important event. The international community are addressing questions of recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine following Russia's reprehensible acts of destruction in Ukraine. Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine is illegal and a gross violation of the principles of the UN Charter. Ireland supports the sanctions against Russia, and we must all be very rigid in implementing these sanctions. The conference demonstrates our unwavering support for a democratic, free and sovereign Ukraine. This determination will not be quelled by military aggression, and we strongly support Ukraine's candidate status for EU membership. The conference is a very welcome opportunity for us to coordinate recovery and reconstruction efforts in partnership with Ukraine. The European Commission will provide up to €9 billion to Ukraine this calendar year. Long-term reconstruction efforts should be led by Ukraine in close partnership with the EU and other key partners, as well as international institutions and international organisations. Ireland will play its active role in these partnerships. Ireland has been supporting Ukraine, including by providing medical assistance and supplies, including ambulances valued at over €4 million and €20 million in humanitarian aid, which has been distributed to the UN, Red Cross and NGO partners in Ukraine and in neighbouring countries, helping to reach nearly 9 million Ukrainians in need. Finally, we must not forget the displaced Ukrainian people. Ireland has welcomed 38,000 people to our country with open arms, and the people of Ireland stand firmly with the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, Ireland. And now the floor to Italy.
Onorevole Presidente Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, the key word here is support, and Prime Minister Draghi stressed it during his meeting with President Zelensky together with the leaders of France and Germany and Romania 3 weeks ago. in Kiev. Italy will continue to support Ukraine politically, militarily, financially, and we will support its population, its territorial integrity and sovereignty, its independence and freedom, its resilience, and ultimately its reconstruction. Beyond supporting Ukraine, Italy encourages all steps aimed at pushing Moscow to cease its horrific aggression and at bringing about conditions that may open the door to serious negotiation towards a sustainable peace under Ukraine's full ownership and respectful of its territorial integrity and sovereignty. We are working at all levels, institutional and corporate, to strengthen links between our local administrations, our business sector, our top players, to put together the best that our country can bring to this effort, including on the recovery and preservation of Ukraine's cultural heritage. Let me flag that we support not just Ukraine's physical and economic recovery, but also the rebuilding and resilience of its social and civil fabric, bringing it immediate relief. The numbers in terms of economic impact of the conflict on Ukraine are truly devastating and dramatic. Minister Shmyhal, we truly appreciate the unveiling of Ukraine's ambitious recovery plan. Let me assure you that Italy is ready to work with you and with all partners to fully implement your plan. And finally, at the same time, and building on Ukraine's EU candidate status that Italy spearheaded, we will continue to support our Ukrainian friends in all steps necessary to ensure that the process is solidly rooted in principles of transparency and accountability and consistent with the reform priorities on which we have been working hand in hand since 2014. We are glad to see that all these key drivers and priorities are well reflected in the Lugano Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. The floor to Japan.
Thank you. I would like to express my sincere respect for the government of Switzerland and Ukraine and all those who have contributed to realizing this conference. Japan stands with the people of Ukraine who are striving to defend sovereignty and territory, as well as independence and democracy of their homeland. Last week at the G7 summit in Ermal, Prime Minister Kishida announced that Japan will extend its aid for Ukraine and neighboring countries to about $1.1 billion US, which includes additional support for resumption of grain export from Ukraine to respond to the global food crisis. Japan, as the only country to have suffered atomic bombings during wartime, lifted itself up from the devastation of the war and achieved reconstruction, as you acknowledged, I believe. In recent years, Japan has also achieved remarkable recovery from repeated natural disasters, such as Great East Japan earthquake, which triggered the terrifying tsunami in March 2011. Based on these experiences, Japan firmly believes that remarkable recovery is possible in Ukraine as well. And of course, Japan will actively contribute in order that the recovery and development plan drafted by the government of Ukraine will give the people of Ukraine hope for a bright future. Today, let me emphasize 3 points that we think are important. Firstly, Ukraine's recovery process must be conducted based on the country's ownership. Secondly, Ukraine's recovery process must promote the implementation of reforms in Ukraine toward EU membership. Thirdly, it is crucial for all concerned countries, organizations, and enterprises to comply with fair and transparent rules in line with OECD, DAC, and Paris Club standards. For this objective, Japan will continue to promote setting up appropriate frameworks. And in conclusion, I promise Japan will continue maximum support for Ukraine, which is moving forward strongly for recovery in cooperation with the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Now the floor to Korea.
Thank you. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is in its 5th month, while the aggression continues to inflict immense suffering on Ukraine. Its people have defended the country with a level of courage and resolution that has inspired the world. The international community has been united in support of Ukraine. The Republic of Korea, for its part, has provided and pledged $100 million worth of assistance to Ukraine. President Zelensky's message was loud and clear. Korea supports Ukraine's vision that the recovery process should go beyond physical reconstruction and bring about social, economic, and institutional transformation. My government is committed to helping Ukraine steer towards a free and prosperous future, drawing on its own experience of achieving a vibrant democracy and strong economy from the ashes of war. We are ready to provide the support that the people of Ukraine need most. Korea and Ukraine have a solid foundation to work together to develop projects that will meet the immediate post-war needs and Ukraine's long-term development objectives. Korea is willing to provide assistance in rebuilding infrastructure, restoring basic social services, and establishing effective public governance. The reconstruction of Ukraine will be a long process which will require robust coordination. To ensure success, Ukraine should take the lead. It will also need active participation from private sectors. Korea, together with its partners, will remain committed to supporting Ukraine to build a bright future that its people deserve. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Korea. And now the floor to Romania.
Thank you, President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal. At the outset, I would also like to commend the Swiss authorities for organizing this timely event on support of Ukraine. In over 3 months, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has created the severest security and humanitarian crisis in decades, with multidimensional and multi-generational consequences for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the entire world. Moreover, as emphasized in the NATO Madrid Summit declaration, Russia has intentionally exacerbated a food and energy crisis affecting billions of people around the world. We have watched in dismay the horrendous atrocities that the Russian armed forces have perpetrated against civilians in Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, and most recently in Kremenchuk and Odessa. Romania is appalled by these barbarities and will support every effort to bring those responsible to justice. Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction effort represents a priority for Romania. At this stage, these efforts should not shift focus from responding to the immediate needs of the Ukrainian population. As the EU member state with the longest border with Ukraine, Romania acted swiftly to help Ukrainian refugees who sought shelter from the war. Our immediate assistance was complemented with measures for a sustainable social and professional integration of the refugees in the education system and on the labor market. Over the past weeks, our efforts have been directed towards facilitating the export of Ukrainian grain. To the Romanian Black Sea port of Constanța and other ports of Danube, more than 1 million tons of grain were shipped so far to their worldwide destination. We have decided to liberalize the Ukrainian transportation, enhance the transit capacity of the border crossing points, rehabilitate the common railroad, and also ensure supply and transit of fuels to Ukraine. More should be done, though, collectively. Romania has called repeatedly for a wider international effort to ensure safe maritime transportation corridors through the Black Sea. Last but not least, we praise the recent historic decision of the European Council granting the EU candidate status for Ukraine. Ukraine needs a comprehensive reconstruction process, and we pledge our commitment to continue to support Ukraine to the best of our capacities, addressing short-term needs as well as planning long-term development and reconstruction framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Romania. And now we move to Slovakia.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, President Cassis, and thank you, Prime Minister Shmyhal, for organizing this timely and relevant conference. Dear Excellencies, dear friends, Ukraine pays an ultimate price for just because she wanted to live differently, to belong to the European family. Ukraine no longer fights for herself. Russia must not win this war, and we must not leave Ukraine to its fate.
Let me make 4 remarks. First, on assistance to Ukraine. We need to help Ukraine now, in short term after the end of conflict, but also for medium and long-term modernization of Ukraine. We need a new Marshall Plan. The name doesn't matter that much. There must be a strong substance and sustainability. Second remark, it should be a concerted approach of all of us. The active role and ownership of Ukraine is also of key importance. Ukrainians need to build a new successful European country, strong and resilient. Third, Russia must be held to account and share the main burden of reconstruction. Fourth, on European future of Ukraine, the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine should go hand in hand with reforms led to Ukraine's integration to the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me reiterate my country's, Slovakia, readiness to assist Ukraine in its reconstruction, transitional reform and integration effort. As a nation with a strong reform story, we do have a lot to offer. I have no doubt that Ukraine will succeed. Slava Ukraine, we stand with you, with Ukrainians. I thank you.
Thank you, Slovakia. And now we move to Spain.
Thanks. Good morning. I will speak in Spanish.
We are aware of Ukraine's needs from the very beginning of Russia's aggression. This is why Spain has rolled out the largest humanitarian assistance package ever approved for a single context. While this humanitarian assistance is being rolled out in Ukraine and bordering countries, the recovery of Ukraine must also be among priorities. These are our priorities for this reconstruction phase. First, livelihood, agriculture and food security to ensure production. Second, support the development of renewable energy sources. And third, continuity of humanitarian assistance with feminist approach in areas such as sexual and reproductive health, prevention of and assistance for victims of gender violence, and third, education. Furthermore, Spain proposes identification of specific projects on cultural heritage reconstructions through the Spain UNESCO Heritage Fund. To meet countries' most urgent recovery needs financially, Spain could contribute nearly 250 million euros, to be broken down as follows: 48 million euros as a donation to the World Bank's multi-donor trust fund called the Peace Multi-Donor Trust Fund, aimed at offering direct budget support to Ukraine; 100 million euros from the Spanish Treasury in guarantees to the World Bank for direct loans to Ukraine, and 100 million euros from the Spanish Treasury in guarantees for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which could be allocated in 2 funds, 50 million euros to the Green Cities project and 50 million euros to food security. The commitment that has been announced now shall be expanded in turn with Spanish contribution to back the financial assistance for Ukraine on which the European Union is working and which will be approved shortly. Thank you very much.
Turkey, which condemns this unjust Russian war, has been standing with Ukraine from the very beginning, even before the war. While expressing strong support to its sovereignty and territorial integrity, we have also extended robust and comprehensive defense and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We believe that Ukrainians will prevail in their heroic defense. Turkey will continue to remain steadfast by Ukraine in addressing this resilience and recovery challenge. We look forward to working with our Ukrainian partners and all of you to rebuild Ukraine. Today's meeting, co-hosted successfully by Switzerland and Ukraine, is important to set the parameters of this long process of recovery. Before the war, Turkish companies realized some 230 major projects worth of $9 billion, employing around 12,000 people. They are ready to accelerate the recovery efforts. Further expansion of the war will worsen the tragedy. Global impact of the war will also grow. Therefore, we see merits in revisiting the possibility of reactivating the diplomatic track, including creating export corridors through the Black Sea. Ukrainians deserve a just peace that will secure their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. I hope today we will begin to further clarify the framework of our cooperation and support for the recovery during and after the war. Before ending my remarks, I would like to pay our respects to the Ukrainians who lost their lives in this epic effort to defend their country and our values. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. And now I hand over the floor to the representative of Australia.
Thank you, Excellencies. I first wish to restate Australia's unequivocal condemnation of Russia's unilateral, illegal and immoral aggression against the people of Ukraine. Russia's invasion is a gross violation of international law, including the Charter of the UN. It shows that global peace and security can never be taken for granted. On Sunday, I was in Kiev with Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, the first ever visit by an Australian Prime Minister to Ukraine. While there, Prime Minister Albanese reiterated that Australia and other democratic nations will stand side by side with the Ukrainian people in their time of need and during post-war recovery. The scale of the humanitarian disaster unfolding in Ukraine is immense, and while the impacts of Russia's brutal invasion are being felt most devastatingly by the people of Ukraine, there are flow-on effects affecting us all. Indiscriminate attacks on civilian infrastructure and the blockade of Ukraine's seaports have exacerbated pre-existing problems affecting supply chains in multiple sectors. More than 100 countries are now facing food security issues, energy and commodity supply issues and price rises. Let us be clear and unambiguous, as many of you already have. These food shortages and price increases are being caused by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Australia is deeply concerned by the situation facing a reported 5.2 million refugees from Ukraine across Europe, but we are heartened by the solidarity of those states, particularly in Europe, who have generously received refugees. Proof of what can be achieved when we all work together in common purpose, and Australia will continue to do our part. We're proud to have provided $65 million in humanitarian assistance to help meet the needs of the Ukrainian people. This humanitarian support is on top of our significant military assistance to Ukraine. Following President Zelensky's request for further support, on Sunday, Prime Minister Albanese announced an additional $99.5 million in assistance, bringing our total assistance to Ukraine to over $388 million to help win the war, making Australia the largest non-NATO contributor. Donations from individual Australians, community groups and corporate Australia are also supplementing these efforts. They have raised millions of dollars. The Australian government and the Australian people see clearly the injustice being perpetrated by Russia and recognise that we all need to stand united in support of Ukraine. Ukraina переможе.
Thank you very much, Australia. Now, regarding UK, I would like to recall everybody to the remarks that were given yesterday by the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who made her statement yesterday. And I thank UK for the endorsement of the declaration and also for the statement, the announcement about the next conference. And now I hand over the floor to the representative of United States of America.
Dear partners, allies, and friends, as President Biden has made clear, the United States stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. We condemn Russia for its unprovoked, unjustified war against Ukraine and call on Russia to withdraw its troops from Ukrainian territory without delay. The United States is the largest single country donor to Ukraine. Since Russia's further invasion of Ukraine in February, we have provided $10 billion in economic, humanitarian, and security assistance to help Ukraine fight Putin's aggression, support government functions, and meet the needs of Ukrainian civilians and protect critical infrastructure. This funding comes from the first supplemental appropriation that the United States Congress passed and that President Biden signed into law, and more is on the way. These actions provide tens of billions of dollars of assistance, the most the United States has allocated since the Marshall Plan. This is a recognition of the historic nature of our engagement and the challenge that lies before all of us. While we recognize the importance of preparing for Ukraine's future, all of us must also deliver on our commitments to provide Ukraine its immediate and urgent needs. We have already provided $2.3 billion in direct budget support, and we are working closely with Congress, the government of Ukraine, and the World Bank to deliver an additional $6.2 billion in the coming months. But U.S. assistance extends beyond our direct support of Ukraine. We are also helping allies and partners in Central and Eastern Europe to bolster security, counter Russia's malign activities and disinformation, and deliver humanitarian and economic assistance in the region. Our assistance to date has been focused on urgent needs during a time of war. As the situation on the ground develops, we will also transition to helping Ukraine to create the conditions necessary for its recovery. The United States is committed to working with our allies and international financial institutions to support a Ukraine-led reconstruction process that rebuilds its critical infrastructure and agricultural production and helps displaced Ukrainians return to their communities. The reconstruction process should reflect the principles and values that will enable Ukraine to achieve its full potential, including its European aspirations and climate ambitions. In gathering for this fifth iteration of the Ukraine Conference, we must remain focused on reform, recovery, and renewal. Together we stand with Ukraine in achieving these objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will have a special video statement sent by the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
President Zelensky, President Cassis, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the governments of Switzerland and Ukraine for hosting this Ukraine Recovery Conference. Russia's war in Ukraine has taken thousands of lives and forcibly displaced millions of people. Millions of Ukrainians have lost their livelihoods, and over half of the population is at risk of falling into poverty. The damage and devastation to homes, schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure will take years to rebuild. Working closely with the Ukrainian government and over 300 local civil society partners and international NGOs, the United Nations is reaching almost 9 million people with essential and life-saving assistance. We aim to reach millions more in the coming months. We are also working with the government of Ukraine to tackle the insidious threat of unexploded ordnance, landmines, and cluster munitions. And we are preparing the groundwork for the reconstruction and repair of critical infrastructure. This is a long road, but it must start now. The United Nations is committed to supporting the government of Ukraine to save lives, strengthen relief efforts, advance Ukraine's recovery and development plan, and protect hard-won gains towards the Sustainable Development Goals. This is our common obligation. Together, let us stand with and support the people of Ukraine through these dark days and build anew. Thank you.
And now I immediately give the floor to the representative of UNDP.
President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, the Secretary General asked me, as these remarks were recorded before the conference, just to offer a couple of observations as this meeting here comes to an end, and to extend also the thanks to Switzerland and Ukraine for inviting the UN family to be here. This Ukraine Recovery Conference has not only clearly demonstrated the international community's unwavering support to Ukraine, it has also pinpointed 4 nerve centers of assistance that are vital to drive forward the recovery. First, governance systems and state institutions must be supported to discharge their responsibility in crisis management, the delivery of essential services to all citizens across the country, and planning for reconstruction and recovery, one that is green, just, digital, and people-centered, as we heard yesterday from the Prime Minister. Second, the groundwork must be prepared for the repair and reconstruction of critical infrastructure. This means to focus on the removal of landmines, as the Secretary General just highlighted, cluster munitions, explosive ordnance and debris, which pose a grave danger while hindering service delivery and the safe return of the civilian population. Third, concerted international support is urgently needed to maintain the viability of Ukraine's private sector, at a time when almost half of all businesses have been shut down by the war. As the backbone of the economy, micro, small, medium-scale enterprises need urgent support and our attention. Finally, cutting-edge, people-centered data and analytics is needed to quickly estimate the effects of the conflict on poverty and human development at national and regional levels within Ukraine. And Prime Minister, you yesterday also pointed out how digitally referenced data on all the projects is now becoming available. The United Nations remains strongly committed to actively assist the Ukrainian reconstruction. We responded to the war from day one, working in close coordination with government at all levels, civil society, the private sector and international development partners to scale up humanitarian operations and repurpose development programs. Our countrywide presence to support humanitarian development work enables us to work alongside our Ukrainian colleagues and the international community to facilitate this recovery. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, together the United Nations and its national and international partners will help the country to build anew. Crucially, we will support the people of Ukraine to shape the future that they want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I hand over the floor to the representative of the Council of Europe.
President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, distinguished guests. The Council of Europe stands united with our member states, Ukraine, in the face of Russia's aggression. And it is good to hear countries and international organizations offer help, including material support. But Ukraine's recovery, in its fullest sense, requires good governance and European values to underpin this. It needs democratic security as the basis of lasting peace, so that stability, prosperity, and progress take root. In this, the Council of Europe is helping Ukraine, not least through supporting the country's EU aspirations. A group of Council of Europe experts is advising Ukraine's Prosecutor General on investigations into gross human rights violations during the ongoing conflict. At our May ministerial session, member states agreed an adjusted joint Ukraine action plan for better supporting displaced people, the judiciary and media, and democratic governance and public administration. And we have a €50 million resilience recovery and reconstruction package to be implemented as soon as possible. This comes along with significant support provided by Council of Europe Development Bank. It is an important investment in Ukraine's strength and stability. Ukraine's recovery must and will be European recovery. The Council of Europe will be proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these remarks. And now I just would like to give salute to the Secretary General of the OECD, who is present here. Thank you very much. And thank you for endorsing the declaration as well. And I immediately hand over the floor to the representative of the EBRD.
Thank you very much. President, Prime Minister, Excellencies, EBRD stands by Ukraine in this horrible war. The EBRD is the largest international investor in Ukraine, and we are committed to investing at least €1 billion in the country this year, the same level of investment we were doing before the war. We had already signed transactions for €600 million across the real economy, especially to support vital infrastructure and the private sector, and to face the food and energy security challenges. But we also need to prepare reconstruction now. And in the context of reconstruction, when times come, we stand ready to step up dramatically our financing and mobilize our balance sheet even more, and to manage further donors' funds, building on our deep experience in the country. And for designing an efficient recovery process, we see three key features: ownership, coordination, and reforms. Ukraine ownership will be key. Any reconstruction platform will need to be aligned with Ukrainian aspirations. Second, inclusive coordination between the Ukrainian authorities and the international community, EU, G7, IFIs, will be essential. No single institution will be able to deal with the immensity of the task alone, and we will need to build on respective mandates and expertise of all partners and ensure the highest transparency. Finally, sustaining the reform momentum and building back better will be critical. The EU integration process will provide a strong anchor to reforms. On all these dimensions, you can count on the EBRD. And given our track record, our membership, we believe that the EBRD's place in the inner circle of reconstruction with Ukraine, the EU, the G7, and other stakeholders, we are ready to play an active role, building on our experience in the ground in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, EBRD. And now I hand over the floor to the European Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable colleagues, we must do everything necessary for Ukraine to prevail against brutal Russian invasion, to ensure full respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We have mobilized more than €4 billion support since the war started. This includes humanitarian assistance, support for Ukrainian government to maintain its functions through macrofinancial assistance and budget support, and further emergency assistance. We have also allocated €2 billion under the European Peace Facility to reimburse member states for military assistance provided to Ukrainian armed forces. More than 90% of this support is dedicated to the delivery of lethal equipment, including heavy one, in line with the priorities of Ukrainian armed forces. In addition, our member states and its citizens have shown unprecedented solidarity with Ukraine, with their own bilateral aid to Ukraine, and with remarkable readiness to host several millions of Ukrainian refugees in their countries. We will continue to support Ukraine further in meeting its short-term needs. We have announced a new exceptional macrofinancial assistance of up to €9 billion. The first part of €1 billion will come before summer break after adoption by European Parliament and Council. On 23rd of June, the European Council took the decision to recognize the European perspective and grant the status of candidate country to Ukraine. This historic decision will change Ukraine's path. The European leaders stated clearly the future of Europe and the future of Ukraine and its citizens lies within the European Union. Bearing in mind the Russian brutal destruction of Ukraine, the reconstruction will require a major global effort. We look forward working closely with Ukraine and with all other partners. In order to streamline international effort, we propose, as announced by President von der Leyen at this conference, to set up the Ukraine Reconstruction Platform, an overarching strategic governance body to coordinate reconstruction efforts and resources. The platform would also allow to monitor progress in the implementation of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction plan. All partners who want to join the reconstruction effort will be invited to take part in this platform. Taking into account Ukraine's European path, the European Commission is ready to jointly chair this platform with Ukrainian government. The EU's main financial instrument for supporting Ukraine's reconstruction will be the Rebuild Ukraine facility. This is under development and will be presented at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, European Commission. And now I pass the floor to European Investment Bank.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the European Investment Bank, I will be honored to take part in Lugano conference and to once again pledge our support to Ukraine and its citizens. EIB welcomes very much the first comprehensive reconstruction plan presented by the Ukrainian government, as well as the reconstruction principles embedded in the Lugano Declaration. The magnitude of the reconstruction requires the Ukraine's international supporters pulled together under a common strategy to support the reconstruction efforts. Ukraine's recovery plan presented yesterday by the government shall be the backbone of this strategy. As stated, the EU is called upon to take a leading role with Ukraine in coordinating international efforts. This is particularly relevant in view of Ukraine's candidate status, which I'm delighted has been formalized, and also in view of the necessary reforms that will have to take place. The European Investment Bank, the EU bank, is ready to play its role in Ukraine's reconstruction as part of the EU family, working in partnership with Ukraine and coordinating with our partner financial institutions. We have provided 668 million euros, and we will continue search for solutions to support Ukrainian authorities. We also approved Ukraine solidarity package of 4 billion euros to address the member states to accept refugees. In this spirit, I was proud to announce yesterday EIB's offer to set up an Ukraine Gateway Trust Fund and would provide a mechanism to facilitate the EU's reconstruction efforts. This trust fund could allow for contributors not only from EU member states but also from other countries and partners, further facilitating cooperation between donors and ensuring the efficient and effective management of funds. The fund could be deployed in support of both the public and the private sector projects alike. I wish to conclude with reiterating one more time that we are committed to working closely with Ukraine, with the European Commission and with our partner financial institutions to support Ukraine's recovery and its journey towards EU membership. Thank you.
Thanks to European Investment Bank, and now the floor to the World Bank.
Thank you very much, and let me also express our appreciation to the authorities of Switzerland for hosting, and of course to our partner Ukraine for also being here and co-chairing this. The World Bank stands with the people of Ukraine at this very difficult time. The impact of the war is devastating from a humanitarian but also an economic point of view, but it is also having severe spillover effects on the countries in the region, but also globally, as we are seeing. 11 days after Russia invaded Ukraine, we went to our board with an operation to support Ukraine, and since then, the total World Bank and mobilized support adds up to about $6.75 billion. We would very much like to support to thank all the partners who are working through the World Bank to support Ukraine. Of this amount, 4.5 billion has been dispersed into Ukraine to help Ukraine meet its critical expenditure needs. The World Bank is keen to bring its global experience to the table, and we will continue to be there for Ukraine through all the phases presented in the plan of yesterday. And I would like to perhaps just end by saying the World Bank's official name is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Most of the time we are focused on development. In this case, we're very much recognizing that we often also need to trigger our reconstruction part of our name. We look forward to being there for Ukraine now and in the future.
Thank you, the World Bank. And I now pass the floor to UNESCO.
Thank you, Honorable President Cassis, Excellency Prime Minister of Ukraine, Excellencies, thank you for bringing us in this conference and to show our full solidarity to the people of Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, UNESCO has stood against the use of force by the Russian Federation. We have reminded the Russian Federation of their obligations before international law, including UNESCO's convention. In terms of action, we are regularly monitoring the impact of the war on the cultural sites, damages on educational institutions, and also on the safety of journalists and media workers. We are protecting cultural heritage through satellite monitoring and equipment for the securing and stabilizing of the sites. We are mobilizing support to ensure continuity of education for all Ukrainian citizens by supporting online learning and in and beyond Ukraine, and the integration of refugee students and teachers in host country. Through our Global Education Coalition, UNESCO is providing computer hardware and digital learning contents. We also provide media professionals with protective equipment consisting of bulletproof press vests and helmets. In addition, UNESCO is conducting training courses on the safety of journalists. Since the beginning of the war, we're able to mobilize close to $5 million through agreements with donors countries in these areas. We are planning with the government of Ukraine to send a technical mission to Kyiv this week to further assess the needs and expectations of the Ukrainian authorities and define the modalities of its intervention. UNESCO stands ready with all partners to provide technical supports in areas of competence and to support the recovery and development plan of Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, UNESCO. And now we pass the floor to OSCE.
President Cassis, Prime Minister Shmyhal, distinguished guests, for over 25 years the OSCE has established a solid partnership with the government and the people of Ukraine. In the weeks and months ahead, we will continue working with Ukraine and others in our region to achieve the following objectives. First, to stabilize and strengthen Ukraine's institutions and continue to support the people's needs. The OSCE will support its long-standing partners in national and local governments, civil society and media to keep operating and to effectively incorporate the implications of armed conflict into their work. Secondly, to address evolving risks to the safety and security of Ukrainians. The OSCE will build on existing work with government agencies, civil society and communities to further assess and address a range of physical and environmental risks, including help responding to chemical, biological and conventional weapons. We will also support work to protect Ukrainians across borders, to combat trafficking of Ukrainians with a victim-centered approach, to address transnational organized crime, and so on. Third, we will support Ukrainians to achieve inclusive and prosperous post-conflict rehabilitation. The OSCE can bolster the work of partners within Ukraine while also connecting stakeholders in the region. This combination can enable the OSCE to help strengthen good economic governance, promote inclusions of all Ukrainians displaced at home and abroad, and help transform Ukraine's energy security. And fourth, facilitate cooperation to enhance stability in the broader OSCE region. The OSCE can mobilize the power of its partnerships in Ukraine and the region to advance coordinated approaches to address transnational challenges related to food security, trafficking of cultural property, water management, and disaster risk reduction. We welcome the principles of recovery entailed in the Lugano Declaration. We are available to support the implementation of the Declaration's principles for recovery whenever they are in line with the OSCE's mandate. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you to OSCE. Now the floor to IMF.
Your Excellencies, the war in Ukraine is resulting in tragic loss of life and human suffering. It is also taking a toll on the economy in Ukraine and also globally. The authorities' emergency policy response to the economic and financial repercussions of the war has been impressive. In support of their policy efforts and the significant financing needs they face, emergency financing was made available to Ukraine by its international partners. The IMF was part of that early response with $1.4 billion disbursed in early March. The IMF has also set up an administered account to channel donor resources in the form of grants and loans. And funds from Canada of $1 billion Canadian dollars and Germany, euro 1 billion, have already been disbursed. We welcome the pledge by the Netherlands authorities. Supporting macroeconomic stability now as a platform upon which to build the recovery and reconstruction must remain a priority. The skillful economic management of Ukraine will need to be complemented with continued external financial support. Such financing is needed to help fund Ukraine's immediate needs and maintain macroeconomic stability. Efficient and transparent governance by Ukraine and effective and nimble coordination between donors and with the government are critical for the recovery. The implementation of reforms by Ukraine to strengthen institutions and public policy will support building forward better, lift growth, and lift the living standards of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, IMF. And now the floor to WHO.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, greetings from Dr. Tedros, and with his regrets that he could not be here today to join you both and everyone else. The Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine is having a devastating impact on the lives and health of the people of Ukraine. Before the invasion, with the Ministry of Health, we prepared the health system, carrying out mass casualty training and pre-positioning supplies in hospitals. Since the invasion began, WHO has worked and coordinated over 100 health cluster partners to support the Ministry of Health response. In addition, WHO has delivered more than 620 metric tons of specialised medical supplies, including trauma and emergency surgery kits and all-terrain ambulances, supporting care for more than 7 million people. WHO has confirmed 348 attacks on healthcare, including on health workers, patients, hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and ambulances. This violates international humanitarian law and does horrific damage to the health system. It must stop. WHO commends the professionalism and courage of health workers in Ukraine in the face of overwhelming demands and personal risks, and the leadership of Minister Lyashko and his team. WHO is committed to supporting Ukraine to meet immediate medical, surgical, mental and public health needs and restore essential health services while helping to build back a stronger and more resilient and equitable health system on a foundation of primary care. Investment in health sector recovery is essential for peace, trust in government and economic growth and prosperity. It will provide a secure and supportive environment for the return of both health professionals and the population that they serve. WHO will support the process put in place by the government with health partners to promote a coherent and accountable approach to align investments and ongoing reforms, not only for recovery, but for transformation of the health systems. Excellencies, colleagues, real recovery will require real peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, WHO. Mr. President, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. With Anatoly, we would like to thank you very much for your remarkable discipline. You were all as precise as a Swiss watch. I can't believe, but we are right on time. Now we deserve a coffee break, and we will reconvene at 10:40 at the room A for the closing plenary. The session is closed. Thank you.
The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine. They are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2022, and a warm welcome also to those who are following the conference online. Yesterday we had a first day full of exchanges, informal but important moments. We were full of ideas. And now we are entering the political part of the conference and the closing plenary. And it is my great pleasure to call on stage for the closing statements and the presentation of the Lugano Declaration, the President of the Swiss Confederation, Ignazio Cassis, and the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. You all heard yesterday the announcement made by Madam Elizabeth Truss, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the UK. The process of recovery has indeed started, and the United Kingdom will host the next Ukraine Reform Conference in 2023. In this regard, I also invite on stage Madam Melinda Simons, British Ambassador of Ukraine. Presidente Cassis, a lei la parola.
Grazie mille, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the closing session, I would like to invite you to a moment of silence. A moment of silence in remembrance of all the people who have died in Ukraine and the ones who are still suffering. Please rise. Thank you. Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Back in mid-March, President Zelensky joined a rally on Bern's main square by video link at a time when Russian troops were not far from Kiev. At that time, he publicly affirmed his continued commitment to the Lugano conference. And we planned the Ukraine Recovery Conference along the lines of the Ukraine Reform Conference. That was an audacious thing to do. And today, thanks to your contributions, thanks to your determination, we have produced a final joint document to close the conference. Here in Lugano, we have launched the process of Ukraine's recovery at international level and set out the principles underpinning the recovery. I see lasting values in this. What we have achieved is consolidated in Lugano Declaration. The core of the declaration are the 7 Lugano principles. They mark the beginning of a long recovery process in Ukraine. They define criteria and methods for recovery. They affirm that Ukraine will be steering the process. They link recovery to reforms. And they express a broad-based commitment by international partners to support Ukraine on the path to sustainable recovery in the long term. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to shortly present the Lugano principles. 1. Partnership. Ukraine will steer the recovery process and implement it together with international partners. Progress and financial flows will be monitored regularly. 2. Focus on reform. Recovery, resilience, and the continuation, deepening, and broadening of reforms are interdependent. 3. Transparency. The process, including ensuring an independent judiciary and fighting corruption, must include accountability. 4. Participation. The recovery process will not be centralized. It is to be grounded in democratic participation as well as in local communities and local solutions. 5. Multi-stakeholder engagement. The process should promote the participation of national and international actors from business, civil society, academia, and local communities. 6. Equality. Minorities must not be excluded. The process must include everyone. And 7. Sustainability. The recovery and reforms will not be limited to infrastructure and institutions. They will also encompass social, economic, environmental aspects, following the principle of building back better. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lugano Declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have achieved over the last 2 days lays the groundwork that will, in the long term, allow for more than just the reconstruction of a battered country's infrastructure and the restoration of its people's livelihoods. Our work prepares for the time after the war, even as the war is still raging. This should give the people in Ukraine hope and the certainty that they are not alone, because Ukraine's sustainable recovery requires revival, resilience, and renewed institutions fit for the future. This is the path we must pursue. That is why the reconstruction platform presented here by the European Union and the follow-up conference to be hosted by the UK are important next steps. Thank you so much to the UK for taking this decision. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the URC 2022, we looked to the future. History does not simply write itself. History is made by actions, decisions, and the common will to overcome dark times. I'm convinced that through this conference, we and you have taken a key first step on the long road of Ukraine's recovery. Because all journeys, even rocky ones, begin with the first step. Let me conclude by extending my sincere thanks to our Ukrainian partners with whom we planned and organized this conference. Many thanks, grazie mille. Mr. Prime Minister Shmyhal, dear Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Високоповажний пане президенте,
Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, Prime Ministers, Vice Prime Ministers, Executive Directors, dear participants of today's conference, Your Excellency, first of all, I want to express my gratitude, my deep gratitude to the President of Switzerland, Cassis, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for the great support of our country as well as for organizing this conference for our common European future. With this event, we launched a great discussion and great work, most importantly great work, the approval of the recovery plan for Ukraine and most importantly its further implementation. Today, when air raids sound in Ukraine on a daily basis, when Ukrainians die every day, when no city, no community in Ukraine feels safe, we're all supported by confidence in our victory, and in that, after the war, we will rebuild everything. And we have to make everything that was destroyed better than it was. We've just adopted the final declaration of the conference in which heads of state and governments, ministers and high-ranking representatives pledged to support Ukraine on its path to recovery, from the beginning to long-term recovery. On behalf of the entire Ukrainian people, I want to thank you for this. Also, the draft recovery and development plan under the leadership of Ukraine, which we presented yesterday at the conference, was recognized as the main framework document that sets the direction of the recovery process. Everyone is, of course, aware that recovery is a living document, that the recovery plan is a living document that requires consultation and adaptability over time. But this is definitely the start of our long distance. Today, all highly respected participants of the conference also supported the creation of a coordination platform between the government of Ukraine and all bilateral and multilateral partners and international financial organizations for the preparation and implementation of the plan. We will start work in this direction already in 4 hours. During the round table on the implementation of the recovery plan. When we say we are ready to move fast, we really mean fast. 4 hours and we start working as we agreed. Altogether, in just 6 weeks, together with more than 3,000 experts, officials and parliamentarians, we developed and proposed reforms, breakthrough projects in 24 areas. And for that I also want to thank everyone who has already joined the work on the recovery plan. Thanks in advance to those who plan to join this work and to those who support and will continue to support Ukraine. And naturally, I want to welcome the position, the offer of the United Kingdom of Great Britain to hold the next conference on the reconstruction recovery of Ukraine in 2023. I'm confident that in a year we will no longer talk about the draft plan, but about concrete results, successful projects and realized opportunity. God save the Queen. Glory to Ukraine.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, colleagues and friends, just a couple of words then. I am an ambassador to Ukraine. I've been in Kiev for 3 years nearly, and my lived experience includes being told to withdraw from Kiev in February before the expected attack on Kiev, and then returning at the beginning of April to see some of the devastation that had been wreaked by Russia in the oblast. I'm really, really pleased to have been able to take part in this conference because that lived experience is part of what told me how important it was to be here and to make sure that we got on with the business of rebuilding and helping our colleagues in Ukraine to recover from this war, even as it rages elsewhere in the country. And for that reason, I'm also really happy to see that there are other ambassadors to Ukraine present in this event, Ambassador of Switzerland, Ambassador of Canada and others, because all of us who have returned to Kiev and remain determined to be there through this time have a job now of ensuring that as our governments continue to focus on military assistance, Prime Minister, to your country, and the focus on justice that we need, we must also make sure that the attention to recovery and to reconstruction runs alongside that and that it does not wait. I'm really happy that our Foreign Secretary was able to be a part of this yesterday. It is a huge honour that we're going to be hosting this conference next year, and I hope that that conference we will be able to show that we can have unity, that we can work together on reconstruction, all of us in particular who have stood by Ukraine and continue to stand by Ukraine through this terrible time, and that it can be inclusive too for Ukrainians, men and women, who will want and need to be part of building this future. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, thank you very much. Thank you. Could I ask everyone to return to their seat? Thank you very much. Thank you. Starting at 2 p.m., you are all invited to attend the Economic Forum on the role of the private sector in the recovery process. The forum will be opened by President Cassis and Prime Minister Shmyhal. I now invite the speakers of the national statement sessions and all heads of delegation to proceed to the family photo location. Our staff will guide you. And I kindly ask all other participants to remain here in the Auditorium A for a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your participation, for your commitment, and for your valuable contributions to Ukraine's recovery. I wish you a productive rest of the day in Lugano. Arrivederci.
Attention.
What's here? Will be the first three slots.
Goodbye, Mr. Prime Minister. Stay in touch. Thank you very much. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci, è stato
Grazie.
grazie che sei venuto.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Not that warm as here, but yeah, see you next time.
No, ma grazie anche per le tue affermazioni. I migliori avvicinatore di stare qui. Siamo felicissimi che vogliano questo ottobre. Buon rientro, grazie mille, arrivederci.
Mr. President, Mayor of Lviv, I am Mr. born in Lviv together. It's Mayor of my native.
Oh, great!
I look for partner in Sweden. That would be a good idea. Absolutely. It is how many kilometers now? 200 kilometers. 5.5 kilometers. But it's near Polish border. It's capital of Ukraine. The most western city of Ukraine. Yes, absolutely. Well, is the major of the next year. Not at the moment. I will talk to you again. Okay. Let us maybe can help. I will organize them. Can just text me. So I will forward to the mayor. This would be a very good idea.
Андрій Іванович, ви ж всі журналісти.
I really self-made man.
It's our Ukrainian guy.
Thank you so much for being Anytime, I will consider it. You have this open invitation to you, to your family, to your friends. Thank you so much. You know, I really and I was invited to join this year the celebration, like 50 or 75 years celebration of this wine company. 140. Ecco, noi siamo in una fotografia di ricordarci.
The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger. From ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together. United for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger. From ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together. United for the recovery of Ukraine. The walls are gone, but they are not what makes a house home. Even in the darkest time, life finds its way to the light, because the light is within us. And no matter how hard, scary and painful it is, we have a bright future. Every day we become stronger, from ruins to love, life and light. 121,000 destroyed buildings are not just statistics. For us, Ukrainians, it is still our home. Let's rebuild it together, united for the recovery of Ukraine.
Comandano tutti lei tutti gli anni, lei ha ottobre faceva da solo il tempo che deve parlare di più.
Ladies and gentlemen, please would you take your seat? The press conference is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, media representatives, journalists, welcome to this media conference at midday of the second day of the first recovery conference in Lugano. The proceedings are as follows. We're going to have introductory remarks by President Cassis, followed by introductory remarks by Prime Minister Shmyhal, and then we're going to take some questions. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Peter. Prime Minister Shmyhal, dear journalists, ladies and gentlemen, there is a sharp contrast between the tragic images from Ukraine that we see on the news every day and those from this conference in Summary, Ticino. This placed an even greater obligation on us to set out a path to give hope to the people in Ukraine and to the many refugees. In the spring, when we refocused URC 22 to take account of the new circumstances, Switzerland and Ukraine, as co-organizers, agreed on a number of objectives. These included launching the process of Ukraine's reconstruction at the international level and defining the principles according to which reconstruction should take place. This may sound rather dry in view of more obvious acute needs, but it is absolutely key to providing Ukraine with prospects for the future and finding a common denominator among all partners. The Lugano Declaration that was presented here today was drawn up by Switzerland and Ukraine together with the participating states and international organizations. All states present here and the European Union have declared their support. The declaration explicitly acknowledges the Ukrainian government's plan for the reconstruction and the development of the country. At the same time, it is clear that reforms must continue. Forming the centerpiece of the declaration are the 7 Lugano principles, which set out how reconstruction needs to take place in order to meet the prime objective of building back better. The declaration states, for example, that reconstruction should be led by Ukraine and be conducted in a sustainable, inclusive manner. We also all agree that the rule of law must be systematically strengthened and corruption eliminated in order to achieve solid results. A further aim of the conference was to underline the broad support of international partners for the reconstruction process in Ukraine. The great solidarity shown by the participating states and organizations was clearly expressed in the statements this morning. All in all, we had this morning 35 statements from countries and 11 statements from organizations. In particular, I would like to thank the European Union for presenting the reconstruction platform and the UK, which will host the next URC. This sends out an important sign for the next stages in this process. For Switzerland, it is clear that we will continue to accompany and support Ukraine as a long-standing partner. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current situation, it was a special honor and responsibility for Switzerland to host the conference. I think we have achieved what we set out to do in a short period of time. I would like to thank everyone who was involved in preparing this event and ensuring that it went smoothly, the Ukrainian co-organizers, all participants, and the authorities concerned. In order to safeguard stability and prosperity in Europe and the food supply worldwide, a peace agreement will be needed, and beyond that, a fresh start in efforts to anchor values such as human rights and democracy in all Eastern Europe. For the time being, this is still a pipe dream. On the other hand, here in Lugano, we have taken an important step on the long road to Ukraine's recovery. This opens up prospects for the future. There is a palpable willingness among all partners for a joint long-term commitment in the interests of the people of Ukraine, of the continent that is home to us, and in the interest of global security. Thank you so much for your attention. The floor is yours.
Шановні колеги, високоповажний
Dear colleagues, Your Excellency, President of this Confederation, thank you very much for the organization of this conference. And I would like to inform that indeed yesterday and today Ukraine, together with our partners, has started a major discussion on the future plan for the reconstruction and recovery of our country once the war is over. This is a very important point of time that gives great hopes to us Ukrainians, and it's also a clear signal to our partners that we shall be victorious, we shall renew our country, and we already need to start preparing for this here and now. So, together with the experts, we have developed a plan for the restoration of Ukraine along the lines of 23 spheres. For 6 weeks prior to this conference, we have been working on this plan, and the two main vectors is national security and European integration, another cross-cutting topic that is present in all projects is digitalization and Green Deal. They are very important, and this plan consists of 3 stages. Stage 1 is quick recovery, and this is what we are already doing today, even as the combat operations are still going on. So we are already rebuilding our motor lanes, our energy grids, and this is where we need support already today, because the state has to perform its duties and its social commitments, and together with our partners, we are working on continuous support that is needed in Ukraine in this area. The second stage is fast recovery, the reconstruction proper that will start once combat operations are over, and this will be a very rapid stage. It includes thousands of projects, and the third stage of this plan is the modernization of Ukraine. That is the reconstruction following the principle that build back better. And of course, that means the implementation of all reforms in the context of European aspirations. We have 2 approaches, parametric and regional. The government currently is working on an electronic map of Ukraine, which registered all the losses caused by the war, with all the coordinates and with all the images and pictures of the damages inflicted on us, and therefore we're working on it in a very open and accountable way, so that this information is crystal clear both to us and to our partners. Also, we have proposed a platform for the recovery of Ukraine, which will become an instrument of an ambitious plan for the recovery of Ukraine, and the government of Ukraine proposes to set up several recovery offices in Washington, Brussels, London, but with the head office in Kiev, following the initiative of President Zelensky. This platform will consist of 3 levels. The first level is the high level, with the representation of the leaders of the state. The second level is the joint coordination group, that is the executive organ, and then there will be thematic groups specializing in specific areas, and they will be working in compliance with the decision taken by the National Council of Recovery, established by the President. And the main source of Ukraine's recovery should be the confiscated assets of Russia, of the Russian Federation and of the Russian oligarchs. Everyone has to work on it already now, because we know, we understand that the aggressor has to pay for the destruction, has to pay for the aggression. Moreover, this formula will become a new security approach in the future, because then any potential aggressor shall know that the aggressor will have to pay for the unjustified and unprovoked aggression. That is very important. And moreover, we have held a number of breakout sessions. We also have held a parliamentary discussion panel, a highly productive one. Also, we spoke about economic recovery. We spoke about the transformation of the Ukrainian economy and how we plan to achieve the economic miracle in Ukraine during the war and after the war is over. Also, we had a breakout session devoted to human capital. That is one of the three recovery pillars, and we spoke about investments in social infrastructure. Also, digitalization is a cross-cutting topic that is omnipresent in all spheres of public life. We also spoke about infrastructure and its recovery as one of the drivers for the development of economy. Of course, the restriction, the regional infrastructure is of critical significance, and already today, with the help of the state budget, we are already rebuilding dozens of bridges and roads. We are already rebuilding water mains and power grids that in the towns and places that have been liberated. Another important task is engaging our partners in this coalition. And as we have said that we are united in defense, we are united in recovery. That's a very important message. But also we have held quite a number of bilateral and multilateral meetings. We have met our colleagues and friends and our partners. We have spoke to the Prime Minister of the Lithuanian Republic. We have met the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, that is in the presidency of the European Council with Mr. Keller. We also have met Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, with whom we spoke about economic and financial issues, and we also spoke about the industrial dialogue, Ukraine, the EU. We spoke to Her Excellency Elisa Truss, and we spoke about the organization holding the next conference in London next year in 2023, and also we have received information, which is unusual, that Germany would be interested in holding the subsequent conference in 2024. And again, I would like to thank His Excellency the President for this wonderful organization, for really good grounds for holding future conferences on the recovery of Ukraine. And I expect that 2024, it's not going to be a recovery conference, it will be a reform and European integration conference. And those two topics are very much interlinked. Therefore, everything is important, and all these minute details and nuances are important. And moreover, we have already held a number of talks with international financial institutions, and we'll talk to them more. That is with IMF, with World Bank, EBRD. We're talking to EIB and many other permanent financial solid partners that have been with us for so many years. They have always been supporting us in our independence, and they're with us today. Yes, the future recovery is the topic we're working on. Yes, we're preparing our country, we're developing the plan, we're preparing the budgets of our partners. But once again, let me reiterate, we need to be supported already today so as to provide for macroeconomic stability, so that our country may still work regardless of this large-scale aggression.
Безпекова зустріч зі всіма головами делегацій. Ми разом з паном президентом мали надзвичайно цікавий багатосторонній розмову, діалог з керівниками ЄС, лідерами країн ЄС, лідерами
multilateral dialogue with the leaders of the European Union, with other partners about the topics, how the security is related to the recovery of Ukraine, and how the security of Ukraine is linked to the security of the entire Europe. That's a very important topic. We have to be actively engaged in this topic. We have to be on the same page, and we need to continue this important dialogue. We have signed with the Swiss government the agreement agreement with public and private organizations, the green projects in Ukraine, and special thanks were expressed, and I would like to do it again. I would express our thanks to the President of Switzerland, Cassis, a great friend of Ukraine, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for the great support of our country and also for organizing this forum and assistance in our future recovery. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Shmyhal. We now move on to questions. Please present yourself with your name and the media outlet you work for. Who can I pass the word to? Please, here at the front, first question.
Thank you very much. My name is Christiane Oehlrich for German Press Agency, and my question goes to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, corruption is a pervasive problem, and you and the President have vowed to fight and combat that. Could you give us then one concrete example as to what you have done already to make sure that this is not going to be part of the recovery process? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. It's, I think, that very important question. And before beginning the war, Ukraine made so much efforts to create anti-corruptional infrastructure. And I think that today this anti-corruptional infrastructure created together with our partners is one of the best among our neighbors. And we have all needed instruments to fight corruption. But for me and for my president, first of all, we should create conditions in our country when corruption will be impossible at all. So we will need to fight against corruption, but we should create conditions when corruption will be impossible. So first of all is digitalization. So we digitalized many spheres in our country. First of all, investment sphere, constructing and architectural sphere. It's absolutely developed and digitalized, and it's make corruption in this sphere impossible. And many investors approved this before the war. Next steps, now we are working on the digitalization of all other spheres, beginning from the custom, where we create new digital instrument for possibility to make custom procedures without contact with person. So if you have no contact with person, it's impossible to make corruption. So we create also a special application, so named e-government or electronic government. And many of our people, about 20 million of Ukrainians, it's half of our country, is actively using this application, and it led us to supply to the people about 200 state services through the electronic instruments. It also make corruption impossible, because when you speak through your iPhone or through the telephone, it's impossible to be corrupted. So it's much, much easier. You can register your business in 20 seconds in Ukraine. You can have more than 100 special documents from government during the seconds from this application or from this platform without any contact. You can change your place of registering without spending weeks in lines or in officials. So I think that digitalization and new procedures, new approaches which are connected with European aspirations will let us to take corruption back, and this is very important, not to fight against corruption, but make corruption impossible. Thank you for your question.
Go to the front row. Gentleman right here.
I'm Hussein Knaiber from Al Arabiya News Channel. Ukraine is proposing to confiscate and to use the Russian money frozen as a result of the sanctions in order to rebuild Ukraine. Has there been, during this conference, some sort of unanimity to satisfy this demand, or there are still some divisions, some obstacles to be removed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we know, about 300 to 500 billions of dollars of Russian assets are frozen by our partners, USA, European Union, Great Britain, many other civilized countries. First example, it was in Germany, where they confiscate flats of Russian oligarchs, and they support Ukraine through these assets. Another one very good example is in Canada, where they adopted a special national legislation about confiscation of frozen Russian assets and to giving this to Ukrainian side for reconstruction. As I told, it's very important for civilized world to give the signal to Russia as aggressor and to other potential aggressors in future to understand that unprovoked aggression should be paid by this aggressor. It's very important, not Ukraine, not partners should pay the main part of this recovery money and assets. Russia should pay for this. So because of this, we speak about this so much with our partners. Because of this, many partners begin their way in these directions. And I think that in future, it will be like one of the elements of the world new system of security. We discussed this during our security meeting yesterday in the morning together with President and with leaders of delegations. Thank you for your question. It's very important for us.
For the next question, we go to the lady just behind with the brown jacket. Thank you.
Алла Чиж, канал Україна. Перше питання загальне, скажіть по конференції.
Ukraine channel. First of all, first question, we are talking about what amount of money, what investment will be allocated in the near future, and also concretely, could you say how much would you use for most needed expenses, operational expenses? Would it be loans? Would it be grant investments? That's my first question. And the second is with regard to the scope of volume of railroads. Would be able to export grain, metal, oils? Do you have a negotiation with the European Union, because it's very important for development of the Ukrainian economy? Thank you very much for your question. It's important now to say what amount will it be, because right now we are starting our negotiations and talking today together with the English School of Economic, World Bank. We see the Ukraine had losses in the amount of over 750 billions of dollars. Specific losses that we have already calculated and documented electronically are over $100 billion. And I'm talking here about infrastructure only. I'm not talking about business losses and some other facilities losses. Practically, we talk here about the process of recovery. It will be an expensive process. We already know that hundreds of billions will be paid by Russians' expropriated assets. And very good example is a land lease given by the United States, macro financial assistance by the European Union. It's assistance of our partners at the credits and also grants from the international financial organizations. Till the end of the year, we have already agreements for $29 billion. That's already signed agreements. We are continuing our work because we know that the budgetary deficit because of the war is around $5 billion every and each month. Of course, we receive partially this amount from our partners. We would like to see the bureaucratic process moving faster so we can conduct appropriate businesses and the burden is alleviated. Of course, we have partially this from our budget, from our duties, loans, etc. And this conference, we have talked with our partners and talked about additional amounts in support of additional projects, demining, for example, and some other activities to support our activities. Of course, talking about the railroads, we talk with our partners to have more opportunities to do that through the to the railroads, but also not only railroads, on the waterways can play important role, and the roads, the ports of the Black Sea shall play an important role. We have talked about it during our meetings, and we are convinced that the Ukrainian ports can be can be used because practically just to replace them 100% by waterways, roads or railroads is impossible. We need to develop our road infrastructure. Our partner is the European Union, and all our trade is concentrating into Western directions, but we should not forget about the sea. We are in the process of negotiation. Our Minister of the Infrastructure was here present. He had a series of events and talked about several details.
Gentleman with the blue shirt, please.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. I'm Jamie Keaton with Associated Press. I would like to follow up on some of the questions from my colleagues about the 750 billion recovery plan, and particularly the numbers that you've been citing now, about 300 billion to 500 billion that are frozen. How realistic is it that Ukraine can possibly obtain that money? Because that's a lot of money that you're talking about, and there's a long process by which that may be eventually. So how realistic is it, and how long is Ukraine willing to wait to be able to get to some of that money?
Thank you for your question. We actually wouldn't like to wait so long, because we would like to begin processes right now, and we do it right now because we begin this operative recovery, and we do it, we realize it through the Ukrainian budget, with support of our partners, immediate support right now. But as you have heard, we have two next stages, is fast recovery immediately after finishing of the war. It will take, I think, 1 year, because we can't begin recover infrastructure, schools, hospitals in regions where now rockets and bombs are shelling, and then you will recover and they will destroy it again. It will be unfinished process. So we should wait finish of war actions and then begin this fast recovery. And third stage, I hope and I believe it will begin not later than in 1 year after finish of the war. So after fast recovery, it will be global recovery, it will be Ukrainian integration into the EU, it will be recovery of our economy according to the principle Build Back Better. We will use this regional principle and absolutely use principle of European Union and civilized countries. About the money, we understand that and we count all of these damages, and it costs it costs more than 700 billion. So we understand that it's huge money, but we understand that some of them will be compensated from confiscated Russian assets. It should be confiscated from given to Ukraine from confiscated Russian assets. But some of them we will take from our budget. Some of them will give us our partners, financial partners, and other money will be invested by business, because recovery, it's always about business. It will be big projects with private-public partnership. It will be concessions, it will be mutual agreements, so we can develop this and it will develop our economy. It's also, we understand this and we get this in our recovery plan, big recovery plan. So it sounds like a huge money, but if you take different projects and different interests from business, from states to this project, so it's not so much. It will work like work economy in normal countries in normal time. So.
May I add some few words about that, because I really understand that we want to be ready overnight to start tomorrow. But we clearly declare it is the first step of a long journey. The recovery plan, the establishment of recovery plan will not be possible to be made overnight. It will need some time. It will need some time to speak with the big international development and reconstruction banks. The World Bank is a development and reconstruction bank. The EIB, the ERB, these are multilateral banks made out of states who give their money in order to reconstruct, and then you can, of course, achieve a big amount of money in a short time. But, of course, we have to be sure that the principles are respected. This is the reason why we set out such important emphasis on the principle. Transparency, of course, fighting against corruption, preventing corruption, as Premier-Minister Shmyhal said before. So, and it is a work in progress. We have to start this night, of course, I totally agree, these different stages of a short-term recovery, a middle-term recovery, a long-term recovery. And as soon as the private sector is engaged because the political stability is given, then you can imagine billions of dollars coming to Ukraine. This is one of the reasons why this afternoon in this room there will be an economic forum from the private sector of Western countries together with private sector delegates from Ukraine in order to create a network of connections.
Before we come to an end, we get two more questions. The gentleman with the black T-shirt, please.
Thank you, STB TV channel. I was concerned that everybody was saying that what will happen after the war, because it's nicer. We can talk about energy efficiency, zero emissions, zero emission economy, but I'm pleased to hear that it's important to speak from the European leaders and important to what is happening now. What's happening with Sumach, Tirka, Kremenchuk, Tirka, they bombed the heating centers. They're talking about the individual ways to heat. Do you have the understanding what should be done with heating for the next season? If we put the model boilers, they need to be ordered already. And one more question on housing. I know that banks and World Bank, they support the idea to make non-residential buildings into residential, to reconvert them. And it's a good idea. I know that there are many industrial zones in Ukraine which can be reformatted or shopping centers, any other sustainable decisions, because these carriages, the railway carriages, they're not sustainable decisions. Thank you. Thank you for your question. We started working on preparation for the heating season months ago, realizing all the challenges of this new heating season. Because hundreds of boiler stations are destroyed, and we are aware that these are the risks. And for towns and cities, we started reconstructing them, and we'll do that. We also created some stockpile of modular boilers, which could be deployed within a week on using different fuels, and we also stockpiled different kind of energy and also purifiers for potable water, which just been demonstrated by the war, which is a huge issue. So we're prepared, getting ready for the heating season, but it's understandably where the big plants, electricity plants, where they destroyed to ground zero, it will be difficult to restore heating and electricity supply. And also we've drafted all the procedures. We agreed them with the local authorities, agreed by the government. These documents are partially public, accessible, partially they are not accessible because we don't want the enemy to understand our strategy. That's another challenge. All these things you're concerned about, we're working on them, but we have to be honest, but saying that not always will be able to restore central heating already this year, because the losses are huge, and indeed the central heating assets are destroyed, many of them to ground zero. We need to start working from ground zero in many locations. We're working on that. It is absolutely in the center of our attention for both ministers for development of communities and territories, and also the Ministry of Energy. We have established a headquarter center under the Minister of Communities and Territories. In terms of the residential housing, housing. There are also some governmental documents. We prepared some quick decisions. There's modular houses, not carriages, but modular houses. It's a widely spread experience, and we're setting them up together with our partners, first of all with Poland, United States, and other countries providing us with the construction mechanisms. And more than 15,000 of families will get this kind of temporary modular houses where the local authorities send us the request. They know it's better where the buildings are destroyed. And we also completed some drafting of governmental programs, including the mortgage program and leasing program at zero interest rate and simple conditions. But what's important to build this housing, we're also in discussion with our builders and developers on that. I think it's starting from last week, the government structure started buying out this housing for families with a large number of children. 60 apartments already been bought out, and those vulnerable families, those who are in greater need, they will get this support as quick as possible from local authorities. It's important not to forget about the reform of decentralization, which is one of the fastest and most successful one. And we need to say that renovating the housing is also the task for local communities, because they've got their own budgets and they are aware of, they know their communities better, they know the priorities. We are aware that it will take some time, but we're dealing with that and we'll continue dealing with that. Thank you for your question.
Please consider also the fact that there is no sharp distinction between, in the short term, between humanitarian assistance and short-term recovery. Both things are overlapping themselves. Repairing a water pipeline or restoring central heating, this could either be humanitarian assistance or recovery. Though it's really very difficult in the very first beginning to put a label on what we are doing. But it is important to do it because people need to go to school, they need to have a housing, need to eat, and need to sleep. So everything is overlapping in the very first beginning. And I just want to say you these things because we should have also some patience in order to really distinguish what it is needed to be done at the very first moment, under which label, who is paying for. We are investing hundreds of millions, dollars or euros or whatever you want, for the humanitarian assistance. And with that money, we are also able to repair, to restore, and this is also part of recovery, but not the recovery we were speaking here in Lugano. We weren't speaking about humanitarian assistance, but it is the much needed needs at this moment. So just in order to explain you how the terminology is confused, how we have to speak together in order to understand each other. What are you speaking of? Are we speaking the same language? Are you calling same things the same name? This is the reason why there are so many conferences. We have to speak together and to understand each other.
One last question. Lady with the black sweater, please.
Thank you. Fabienne Kinzelmann, Blick. Mr. President Cassis, from your political and legal perspective, how likely is it that Ukraine will actually be able to use the assets being frozen in Switzerland? And Mr. Prime Minister, if you have to rate Switzerland's efforts to freeze the assets from a scale to 1 to 10, which grade would you give Switzerland?
Well, first of all, let me know that this discussion is not a show. It's not a beauty contest or a quiz. I mean, it's something very serious and very important. So I want to be seriously enough to answer this question. The right of ownership, the right of property is a fundamental right, is a human right. You can violate human right. We had to violate the right of freedom during the pandemic crisis because It was necessary to do that. But we had a legal basis according to the rule of law. You have to ensure the citizen that he is protected against the powership of the state. This is what we call liberal democracies. Of course, we can violate fundamental rights, but we have to create the legal base. Now, according to the rules law we have now in the vast majority of democracy in Europe, we can freeze assets. We can freeze in order to clarify where are these assets from. Is there any casual binding with the crisis, with the war, with the crime has been committed? Can we demonstrate, is there any evidence of this casuality among these two things? Secondly, we have to use the principle of proportionality. How can we adopt this principle of proportionality in assessing those two things? From a point of view of international law, these are open questions that have been now addressed everywhere because of the war. Every state is now dealing with the question. But it's not a contest, it's not a beauty contest, it's just we have to accord the most important attention on the fundamental right of individuals, because now we can take a decision which is perfect for the situation in Ukraine, but we create the possibility to take the same decision in many other possibilities, and thus you give much more power to the states away from the citizen. And you know, there have been many wars during the centuries in order for the population to have freedom and human rights. So it is important to address the question, but please do it seriously.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, absolutely, I support Mr. President, and I should note that it's very complicated issue and question, and many countries now are working under changes of their national legislation, and it's sovereign right of each country, of each nation, and it's specific of national legislation. But we also propose to create national legislations and propose to create international legislation and international rules. We just begin this discussion. I just raised this question during this conference, and we propose to find formula to create national and international legislation for possibility of confiscation of frozen assets in case of unprovoked aggression. Which will be rules in this case we should discuss, and we should find this formula all together. But we, as a country which is under this unprovoked aggression, will very loudly speak about this possibility, because we understand that aggressor who kill our people, who destroy our infrastructure, our schools, our hospitals, should pay for this. So, and this is a way how can we all together with our partners to bring him to the responsibility for these casualties, for these damages which they create for nothing, just because they are aggressor, just because they create genocide against Ukrainians. So this is very important, as for me.
Thank you very much. And with this answer, the press conference comes to a close. Thank you very much for being here, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.